just waiting for the new program showcase to finish, and there we go. That is that. Should have switched out the live card. What the hell happened to this? Let me fix it. Make sure that everything fits on the display here. Because I did screw up the edge. I did screw up the edge window a bit from last night. Trying to fix it as best as I can. Okay, that should hopefully be good enough. All right, that should be good enough now. And with that, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you are all having a good Tuesday. I know I am as well. And we're going to get to our Roblox show for this week in just a matter of moments. But before we do that, let's get to and take care of the Wordle for today. And while I do that, I thought I'd go ahead and talk about. That's not what I wanted. There we go. Why don't I go ahead and talk about what I well what I let's see here. Oh, that's right. Watch Nolan it. Nolan's not a word. I thought it was. It's nomad. Damn. That Rochelle cam is ear piercing. I had to switch out Mendota with Rochelle because the Mendota cam went down. But yeah. Really today, nothing much. I got to enjoy a day without going anywhere for once, which I'm quite happy for. And yeah, just watched a bunch of rail cams and went on a brief winning streak in that fish stung Candy Crush like game. Other than that, that's really everything that happened with me today. Otherwise, so. Oh yeah, and I also can't forget to mention that Chicago did issue quite a few severe weather things today. We had really a flash flood and a severe thunderstorm warning for Cook County. All of this other flash flood warning. The flash flood warning would also include Will County too. The flash flood warning is for the southern end of Chicago, and then the severe thunderstorm was for the northern end of the city too. Oh yeah, that Daily Dose of Pets video. I was just starting to watch that before we started. Anyway, what is this? USA map. Where's the continue? Oh, here we go. Continue. And I see Cornerstone has received a massive update. So that's where we'll start this week. I can see that that was a new loading screen. That text down there that said loading data. Let's see if they kept any other elements. Yep, that is a completely new intro. So yeah, that's a completely new intro. But as I was about to say, after we actually went off the air last night at the perfect time because MVG Productions got around to doing Monopoly. So not only did I watch that, but one by wanted to talk to me too. So I started the catch-up process and then followed them midway through the procedure on a different device. Now where's this for? What is up with my ND319? Why is it not taking these marine warnings like it's supposed to? Because it's set for like all counties or something. I don't know what's up with it. It's as I know it was doing this fine before. I know it was doing this fine just yesterday, you all may remember. Check the codes. I know I didn't touch them. Okay. Let me check the Pete sign. Let me see if I'll save it or something. It says alert enabled. So I don't know why it's not taking it. That's odd. But it's fine. So anyway, yeah, that was basically everything else that happened today. Otherwise, so yeah, got through Monopoly, but now we'll find out if the Barry and Enright Cup will even be back tonight. But now that MVG's getting back to all of these shows, but now that MVG's back to doing all those shows, we'll stay up and watch them. Stay up, watch them, and then head back. So it looks like they completely altered everything. We'll take a look at each area individually. So that rewards menu is new. I see. Oh, they have a. Oh, this is interesting. They've added mini golf. So this is pretty neat. They've added a mini golf section. And the timing couldn't be more perfect because we're going to be rolling out, because we're moving Roblox to Sunday after this show for the next 8 weeks. So we'll be doing it on Sundays instead. I haven't gone back on any of the evening drains yet, but I will do that a little bit later. Let's see, you'll also get a bonus based on, now, is this like, let's see. So, you know what? We'll give it a try at the end. But let's take a look around the hotel. We'll take a look around. Maybe we'll try out the miniature golf on Sunday. So let's see what's new here inside of this place. So here's the revamped prize area. And then here is the larger area with like every game. So you can see while everything looks different, the games certainly do not. But you notice something else? Some of these games actually are coming from the plaza. So I think they might be merging elements from the plaza and the arcade together into one massive facility. You can see here, Micro Squared, like everything, including Deal or No Deal, all that, still here. Those have not changed at all. The gameplay is pretty much identical to what it was when we were last here. Yeah, we didn't get to do it last week because of all that catch-up we had to do from work. So we'll play a round of this, we'll see, and then we'll look at what else has changed. Probably should pull my Discord thing up on the other machine, so that way I can see exactly what LOT is issuing. So if MVG is going to do the Barry and Enright Cup tonight, there's actually 2 more editions of that. So there's supposed to be the second of the tournament, and then there's supposed to be one more afterwards. So if that's what they're going to do tonight, I'm going to stay up for it. And then right after they say their closing line, then I'll just go right to bed. So, and so to accommodate for it, that's why we're going to be taking the Roblox show all the way to 10 o'clock. But I will not, and as I said, I'll try to make the live streams of these live programs public for replay purposes as soon as, you know, they finish. So that's pretty much been the mission here. $139, no. Too bad this thing doesn't have a double deal mode. Yeah, Drew's been with me all day today. I've been talking with him in the chat for about half an hour before I finally joined the public chat voice channel. Let's go for 500. Nice, first big win in this new facility. I see the ticket numbers there at the bottom. But let's see what else has changed. So I could see, yeah, a lot of games have been taken over from the plaza. What's that one for? Does that mean like extra balls? How many balls do you even get? Free fall. I wonder what that mode is. Oh, you get 5 balls. You get 5 balls in one swipe. And then here's all the skee balls together, like they were up on the second floor. You can still play all of them. So, in shortness, all the games here are pretty much the same. Yeah, pretty much the same. So, none of the aspects of these games have changed. It's just that it's just the space that they're housed in has changed. And yeah. And Drew earlier just chose to set all his clocks to London time, which I found pretty surprising. I don't know what kind of surprises he'll have for us tomorrow when we do our first weekly test show back from a pretty, what I say has been the toughest summer I have been through yet. I had to do a math class over the summer. It was just a pain. But furthermore, the part-time job over at my father's school was enough to distract me from it for a little bit. And even the trains, too, on the Downers Grove, too. But yeah, I mean, this third season is definitely one of the greatest ones yet, because we kind of shifted from, you know, just standing on the corner like we had been for pretty much the entire series, to now taking that short 0.5-mile walk from the school to the station just to get a closer view of the trains as they go by. And even all the crosswalks and other shops too. But now that we think about it, we're kind of envisioning, you know, some more possibilities, you know, for when we do when we get to season 4, which, of course, as you all know, it's going to be quite a while before we even get to a 4th season. Okay, it's not letting me move for some reason. Okay, there we go. I don't know what the heck happened. I see there's some new guided pathways too, which make this quite interesting. Alright, we're gonna play this game here.
Out! Triple!
Whatever Drew wants to do.
Out.
If he wants to do a voice call with me during whatever that festival of some sort, I guess might as well. But then my availability in these of course can vary. You know, depending on when we start our live programs and other things.
Triple!
Considering I just announced our schedule for the fall 2020.
Single! Out!
Yeah, FurryCon. That was the festival I was referring to, or convention. But otherwise, all of these games have not really changed. Have not really changed that much. They're all still the same as they were from the old facility. And then we'll see what happened to the plaza, because I think the developers of this game might have consolidated everything from the plaza into this main building, and they've made this even larger. So meaning now we get every single arcade game under one roof instead of having everything merged, separated I should say, into two separate buildings. But we're going to see if that's the case though when we check out the plaza when we're done in this little facility. And we can see they put some signs up of games that are returning. You know, some games that have not been on this game in forever. Defton tickets. I don't think I've ever seen this game before. So let's go tab in here. Oh, we press start. And then this is where it starts spinning, and then we have to tell it to press. That's the same thing. Okay, I see. So then we gotta press where we want our arrow to be and then hit stop. I guess that's the end of that game. This game, of course, is still in the same area it was. There's that bingo game. Oh, they got they're putting the free tokens more random now. Barrel drop. This is another good game. This is a coin pusher.
You win!
What's this supposed to be? What is this? Yeah, this is new. This is surrounded. You will be in first person. Buttons will light up around you periodically. Shoot the buttons to gain score and be sure to look up. It sounds like it's like that cube game from... So this is just like that dance cube. You gotta hit the squares to get the high score. So I suppose this is a very similar concept to that. I actually like this concept. And then I suppose you have to get the high score to win the bonus. Yeah, in order for the things to disappear, they have to briefly turn white. And rather than 30 seconds, you get 1 minute. They double the time. And I can see why they made this move. Yep, and that means game over. So that's an interesting concept. You can see there's a bunch of other familiar games here. The two Wheel of Fortunes, those have not changed. Here, I see those Monopoly rolling games. Those have actually now been separated. The main one is over there with the double machine. This one's just the single one. So yeah, a lot of games have changed places around this new facility, so that's interesting that they have mini golf now. There was actually one facility in Seattle that we were going to go to that I think was almost identical. Had an outdoor mini golf. No, there's just so many. There's just so many fun centers around the Chicagoland area that have mini golf on the outside and arcade games on the inside. Of course, one of them being Haunted Trails, which I have not been to in a very long time. But, you know, I would like to go back at some point down the line. It's not changing.
Until 7:30 p.m. 5:36 p.m. Capable of producing water spouts will along the lines.
Oh yeah, and I have to set up tomorrow's Outlook. And we'll do that later on. Pain game. There's the Tower of Power at its new home. There's another one of those full tip games. And interestingly, there's a slide here, and there's the elevator. So yeah, they must have done a lot of lots of revamps since we were last here. Yeah, see a bunch of new ones here. Like this one, Honeycomb Toss. This one's new. Let's see what's different about this game. And Creator Master, I think I remember where this game came. This game comes from the Plaza. So it looks like a lot of them have been ported over here.
VLC media player.
So a lot of games that came from the other I muted the audio in case it was going to play that carnival music. If anyone's wondering. So yeah, to accommodate for the B&E Cup tonight, if that's what MVG's going to do, we're going to take this thing until 10 o'clock tonight. And also so we can play any necessary catch-up if we need it. And it won the jackpot first try. On the first go. How nice is that? Yeah, there's some nice pathways now. There's the grand piano keys in a smaller form. Just 100. Let's see what else we got here. Fantasy. Yep, here are here's that bingo game we haven't touched in a good while. We'll touch it now. Certainly haven't played this in a long time. Not seeing anything there. Nothing. Oh, good. There's one that down and cave and flow two together, back to back. Depending on how the all-DJ goes about that. I feel like that's going to become more and more of a regular occurrence. I'm going slow. Oh yeah. I gotta look and see and get right down a list of them. Just have to look through if I need to make any more time. What I need to do if I want to move them over to the main when we get to the end of the weather season. desktop. That way I could see what the other one was doing.
WPLD all dollar sign dollar sign dollar sign dollar sign dollar sign dollar sign up arrow up arrow.
Up arrow, up arrow. Alright, that's been fixed now. Alright, let's keep touring around this here. So yeah, 20 calculations, and all of this space is now an area for the token storm machine, which is right there. But then of course there are more games on the second floor. Here's the just for fun area, which is all those smaller ones. Yeah, just a lot of those smaller ones. Then over here is where you make your reservations. And then here's one of those exclusive areas. So where you reach a certain level, you can gain access to. So I suppose these have been changed. Yes, much better accessibility than it was in the previous installment. So that's what I'm liking. Much better accessibility than in the previous idea. Here's their club lounge. As you can see, it has more games. Yeah, you can see it has more game options, but here's the claw hub. But then here's their little, here's their bowling. So they've moved the bowling up to the second floor instead of being an area on the first floor. But everything about this bowling thing has not changed. Actually, it has changed in some way, because the throw button, for some reason, is now in the center. Yeah, if I just press tab, that little bar thing on the side goes away. So that way then I can see the power meter. See if we can do it again. Nice, did it again. Can we do it once more? Third time. We get another chance. Too bad you don't win any tickets on that stuff. But actually there is. As you can see here on the sign, it says if you get a perfect game, you'll win 1,000 tickets. So essentially now they've just organized everything into individual sections. So here's a look at the outside into the mini golf. Ooh, the colors change too. So this here is where you have all your claw machines. This is where you get all your claw machines. Some older crappy games. And then Randomburg here, this is where you get all casino type stuff. This is where you have all your casino type stuff. Perfect match. It looks like dice or dominoes, so that looks like a new one. We'll have to wait until that's ready for us. But of course, here all of these games have not changed. These games are from that other one that we went to. Yes, I know how this works. There's the WX. I'll take that off of until that one failed. But I can just connect to the other Alright, so now let's check out this game here and let's see what it's about. Select the domino you want to match. Oh, I see. The top and the bottom have to match. I think I understand this. It's like Mexican train of some kind. So if you pick one that it doesn't match, then it's game over, so that's what that's about. So yep, that's all of those games. So we're already up on the second floor, and there are actually some more games just down the hall here. Remember that Tango game? That's still here. There's that clock ride from Chuck E. Cheese, that carousel. There's our little dog here. That hasn't changed. Great 8 quick cash. That's a new one. What is it? What is this? This looks like Family Feud or something. Well, let's see what it's about. I think I see the whole point of this. You have to light up everything on that board there without getting 3 strikes in order to win the bonus. Interesting concept. And here's that Price is Right bidding game. And let's see. Yeah, I think that's everything. So, how do we access the second floor? Do we just go up the slide or something? I guess we can go up and down the slide, and that will get us to the second floor. Switch flip. We gotta twist them and match it. Neat idea. Alright, now where do we go to... So that's the main arcade. Then there's supposed to be another area somewhere. It's actually time to see if Y Public is going to test. So it looks like they've actually implemented a lot here. Oh my god, they even implemented a hotel? They've actually put a hotel in this game. Crazy. But maybe this might be under development. So you could actually stay in this hotel, but I don't see anything too exciting. No, any other accommodations like pools or anything like that. And I suppose this takes you to the plaza.
HPR's winning stories at hawaiipublicradio.org.
Here's the fidget spinner game.
Public Radio. KHPR Honolulu, KKUA Wailuku, KANO Hilo, KHPH Kailua Kona, KIPL Lihue, KHF Kuala Lumpur.
Alright. I'll go take care of the Marine warning before Louisville does their tests. And this does involve muting the browser tab. So I can do it on this PC. Alright. Up here then. Oh, that's right, I muted the Discord app. Alright, this should be the one. Nope, that's not it. Okay, this one on the bottom should be the one. Yep, that's the one.
Western Blade until 6:30 p.m. National Weather Service in Miami has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern Henry County in southern Florida, southwestern Glades County in southern Florida, until 6:30 p.m. At 5:52 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was located near Port La Belle, or near La Belle, moving northwest at 10 miles an hour. Hazard, 60 miles an hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. Radar indicated. Impact, hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include La Belle, Port La Belle, Muse, and Bay. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building.
I think we'll need to go back to that other PC to take care of it. But of course, this place is still the same, except now it's in a much shorter, much smaller space. So this is where you get all the obscure games. And that's all I get to hear. What a shame. Customer service, the game. So all the games that are here are still here.
Warning service possible. The warning alarm will be activated affecting the following counties. This concludes the test of the emergency alert system. We now return you to regular programming.
I'll go take care of the severe thunderstorm warning from Miami when we're done here. And another flash flood warning.
Southeastern DuPage County in northeastern Illinois, northern Will County in northeastern Illinois until 8 p.m. At 5:04 p.m., radar and automated rain gauges radar and automated gauges.
Oh, yeah, looks like we're down to 1 credit now. This game is rigged. I was right on the 500. I was right on the 500. Alright, here's the last game we'll play. Easy in that. Oh, it's A and D. Oh, it's over. Alright. Here we go. Here's the text product. It's for the south side of Chicago again. Alright, let's take care of this severe thunderstorm warning from Miami before we move on to the next game here. Here we go.
Severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern Henry County in southern Florida, southwestern Blaine County in southern Florida until 6:30 p.m. At 5:52 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was located near Fort LaBelle or near LaBelle, moving northwest at 10 miles an hour. Hazard was 8 miles an hour with gusts and waterside winds. Radar indicated impact, hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include LaBelle, Muse, and Caring. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lower floor of a building.
Alright, that takes care of that. So that takes care of that. So now we're ready to move on to another game here. What's this? Railroad Crossings in the Western 2. Is this like a second updated installment of the... So it seems like they've changed their severe weather ID. So they've actually changed the severe weather ID. So they've actually altered it and mimicked, nearly mimicked NWS Charleston's ID, how... I'm talking about Charleston, South Carolina, how they normally do it. So how does this work here? Oh, there's the evening borealis. I was wondering where the heck that is. I suppose just like the original, the crossings are operated on there by themselves. Alright, Arcade Island is where we're heading next. So now let me get these in the right order. This one comes next. 5 is the time. Yep. Then came this. Then this one after that. And then this one. This one was the first but somewhat crappy attempt. This one after that. And then this one. Beautiful. Alright. But otherwise with Arcade Island, nothing much has changed. So yeah, this is interesting that Arcade Island, that Cornerstone received a massive overhaul since we were last there. But of course Arcade Island has not changed. It's still the same place it has been. So we'll just burn through these 250 credits before we move on to another game. But what's also going to be quite interesting that we're not going to get the 1%, that we're not getting the 1% club this week, and instead we're getting a tribute. That's because it keeps updates to how they verify age. That takes effect tomorrow. But then I did see earlier about a post from John Schlack about how this would mainly affect people under 18. Well, fortunately, I'm not going to be one of those people. At least I hope I'm not. So I guess if this is the case, then I'll have to be careful what I'm watching when I'm signed in. So my age is not. My age is flagged. So I don't get flagged for being under 18. For some of the stuff that involves like kid material, I'll probably just watch it in private, on the private mode. But I mean, there's just a huge list of it, and I'm not going to mention all of it. But that's right. If anything ends up happening regarding that, then of course I'll see what I can do from there. My channel when I was 16. It actually mainly involves the advanced features.
Quintuple.
Yeah, the advanced features of running multiple live streams on the same day, posting more videos in a day. Like, for instance, when it comes to, let's say, for instance, the upcoming fall taping session of new episodes of our shows. Like, for instance, when it comes to episodes of, the Sorry Show, I'll only post like 100 in a day. But, well, maybe not 100, because then I have to leave one open so I can post that day's Zero Weather video. And then I can post all Sorry episodes I want after that, so then I can post all Sorry episodes following it. If that's the case. But yeah, I mean, this is going to be quite a difficult change for a lot of people on the platform, but hopefully but hopefully a lot of us will, hopefully a lot of them will get used to it. But pretty much for
Quintuple air.
But pretty much for most of them, which hopefully will be myself. say November of 23.
Access granted.
See you guys on the flip side. Yeah, taking that famous line from Jaleel White. See, I'm on Southern PA's live stream. They're just making a lot of comments regarding this change. But of course, I'm not gonna make any comments like that. You know, just gonna continue doing the stuff that I have been doing. You know, for like what, a good 4 or 5 years.
Single.
So.
Triple.
So I guess we'll find out. I guess we'll find out tomorrow how this affects everybody. So I guess we'll find out first thing tomorrow how this will affect everybody down across the board.
Double.
I hit the jackpot right at the last second. Score 45.
Strike. Single.
Well, I'm seeing comments on that stream of sort of ridiculous rumors and things like that about what actually could happen. Well, but actually I found out it just mainly involves things like advanced features. I mean, there's no way they're gonna take anybody down for something like that. Well, that's unless... Well, there's actually a reason for that. I can't remember, but I think it said somewhere in their terms or something that you have to be like 16 in order to make a channel of some kind. And this is supposed to improve the age verification. That's what this update is. So, at least for me, I don't think this will have too much of an effect. But if anything does end up going down, then of course, I'll see. Then of course I'll see what. But of course I'll see what ends up happening. So. I guess the thing is, for the time being, then I guess I'll just need to be careful on what I'm watching on both of my on both the account which I don't have a channel and the one I do. So I gotta pretty much be careful on what I'm seeing on both of them at this point. I'm a little nervous for how this is gonna play out. So, although I did see a few videos from Deep Humor covering this upcoming change. But yeah, for the time being, as for me right now, I don't think this will have too much of an effect. But if anything ends up going down, then of course I'll see what I can. I'll just see what I can do. Yeah, just see what I can do about it. But I guess I heard some people are like trying to do one last stream before these new changes take effect. No, that's not what I'm gonna do. We're not doing that. I'm just gonna keep going with, just gonna keep going with my things like I normally do. But I'll have to look at their documentation. You have to be 13-year-old to use the service. I don't know if I used it when I was like 10, perhaps even older. So it's like in its heyday, actually. But I suppose they mean 13 years old by, I think they mean 13 years old when it comes to, making a channel of some kind. That's at least what I'm thinking. Let me see if I can find that video again. Let me see if I can, where do they have that article about the, let's see, if you can find it in their help documentation. I'm just gonna go through it here, So they're just basically rolling out an age estimation model. So they're extending age-appropriate product experiences and protections to more teens. They're just using enhanced technology to accurately determine whether or not a user is under 18. So for the most part, this change shouldn't really affect me for the most part. This will just mainly affect people under 18. But then, of course, the concern on the next line, it says uses variety of signals to determine if you're under 18. And if it does, they'll tell me, and then I'll have to counteract it by a variety of means. So I suppose maybe this might also solve a long-standing problem that I think I've heard about fairly recently, like some disgusting commercials being shown on the homepage. In that particular example, so if it does falsely confirm the age, of course they'll tell me, but then I would have to confirm it myself, essentially, to regain access to those advanced features. So essentially that's what that is. But then on the 1st of August, they've actually released a separate article about all the concerns and everything, and they've actually put together a list of frequently asked questions and provided some clarity on the key details. But I'll have to see if I can find those articles myself. But longevity of the account is one of the various factors.
Planfold is under more severe thunderstorm warnings.
Filter I'm under 18 with my paladin.
What?
Yeah, I'm just
doing
looking at
Planfold.
Humor's video on
The little
showing us separate, like, 2 separate updates.
Nani
about
Una
this
thing.
new age verification thing that will be taking effect tomorrow.
It's raining here all freaking day. I love it.
A lot of people on Southern PAWX's live stream are going crazy over this new change. And some are even making like final live streams or videos before this new change takes effect. Oh wait, I didn't read that.
Yeah.
Let me move this forward. They did the safeguards
Oh my lord.
for teens, so in November of 2023. So this new age verification model is supposed to be an update to that. So this is supposed to be an update and enhancement to it.
Is everybody leaving? I mean,
I mean, why everybody's leaving now?
ugh.
Probably for that very same.
Also, almost lost their power again. That's for being in the woods.
Yeah. So yeah, for the most part, I do not think this age verification thing won't affect me too much. So
Ugh.
pretty much, you know, everything that we've been doing is just gonna continue as it has been. And I see there's just some other things, but yeah, I see a lot of people on
Yeah,
this,
we're not
on
going to see the total
platform are
limit
going
clips.
crazy over
My
this,
friend
over this
is.
coming change. But like I've said, I don't think this change will hit me hard. But of course, you know, I'll just continue looking through the documentation and everything. And I'll just get myself prepared. You know what I need. You know what I should do if it falsely detects my age. Well, if it falsely identifies my age, but if that's so, then I can counteract it. But like I said, I'm not going to go into
It's like a freaking router. That's a tiny one.
Yeah, I'm not going to go into complete further detail on it, but like I've said, this shouldn't. I'm hoping this won't affect me as much, as this mainly is for. This should mainly be for people under 18, which is particularly the age. It's particularly where, you know, that's particularly the demographic for like particularly age restricted content. I've actually had one of my videos age restricted in like the very early days of my channel. It was actually one of those crazy videos I did where I mounted a camera on top of a fire truck ladder and it knocked down bowling pins in a railroad crossing. I don't know if I actually still have that footage, but I actually made 2 angles of it. I actually made 2 angles, or yeah, actually the same thing, but I
Planfield, what are you doing?
Did it in 2 separate angles. The first angle was on top of the fire truck, and the second angle was on the side. As many of you may remember, the first angle, the one on the fire truck, that was the one that was age restricted. But I didn't mind that. Because of course I was not old enough yet to, you know, go further into that kind of thing.
Guess I'll wait for him then.
Let's see if I even still have the. I still have a bunch of other videos from like April 2021 when I still had that small crappy netbook Latitude laptop. I still have a bunch of videos from it. Oh yeah, where I ended the Zoom program and it would just where I ended the Zoom program and it would just leave the meeting like straight away. Oh, what's Chicago doing now? This is going to Northwest Indiana. Oh, I see the Lembine left. I guess we know he's active now. I guess he knows we're active. Yeah, but then of course there were still some videos from that time period that never, that of course never made it onto my channel. Well, of course for various reasons. Some of which involve my parts of my actual real name, which a hacker would pretty much expose later that year anyway. And what are the other factors? And also because I would think that thing would go against the terms of service or community guidelines, I should say. So that's the things I take into consideration when it comes to my content because I've always been very lenient on the kind of stuff that that I make on my channel. As of course I make sure all of my stuff follows with their community guidelines and all of that. I mean, you may remember that one live stream I tried to do in October of 2021 or was it 22? No, it was 21. Yeah, when I tried to simulcast WHC's programming on my stream, well, that did get taken down, of course, because of prolonged copyrighted music being played live. So, after I saw that it was taken down, I thought, okay, this is not going to work, so we're not going to do that again. So then instead I found my own stream of non-copyrighted music, and of course I've been very careful on doing that ever since. So that's why I always go with non-copyrighted content. Like for example, select chiptune pieces of music, but when we do our Info Center 24/7 kind of thing, or weekend show, whatever case. Of course, I've been very careful on the kind of music that I especially use in my videos too. Here's the Evening Builder, the Evening Empire Builder. There's the Evening Empire Builder. Oh my gosh, 4 private cards on the back. Wow. Off. 6 is canceled, so I guess that leaves us then with Zephyr 5 and Chief 3. So the only 2 Amtrak trains left to see. I guess I'll go and exit that call with Drew because I don't think anything else much is going to be happening now. But yeah, considering that I'm well past that age range, I do not think the content that you see on the channel is going to be affected that much. I know there's still a lot of younger enthusiasts that are probably going to have a much bigger impact, but as for my content, that's going to remain the same. Nothing's going to change. But of course, if they false flag me as under 18, of course I can counteract it. But of course, some other actions I'll be taking is, but I guess the only thing then is I'm just going to be very considerate about the kind of content, that I watch, when I'm not posting anything really. So, well, mainly just the stuff that I watch, when we're off the screen and whatnot. But yeah, so that's something I got to be more considerate about. But I think it was kind of perfect too that I decided to bring back that old music for that is decided to bring back that old music that I've been listening to for a long time. In fact, that would be perfect to do that. It's like, like one more time before the big changes would take effect. Yeah, I know this is going to be a difficult time for many regular users on the platform, but I'm not going to be one of those people moving away from the platform anytime soon. But if it does end up getting to a point where it gets too crazy, then maybe I could. But the better thing of the matter is, if I do have to make the move, I at least have all of my content backed up and stored, so I can take note of when each episode... Oh wait, I won't have any sort of original... Oh, that's right, if I do that, I won't have any sort of original air date. So I'd probably have to take note of each air date. I'll have to take down notes of each episode of each show when they aired, and so in the event that I need to move platforms, then of course I'll still make sure to keep the identity of all those other shows intact. For instance, all those Big Numbers episodes, all those Meal or No Meal episodes, all of that. I want to make sure to keep their identities intact, so that way I can keep their original. So that way I can take note of when the episode originally premiered and whatnot. So yeah, that's the thing I'm hoping for, is that this change does not heavily affect me, and I'm just thinking now it shouldn't. But if anything does happen, of course, I'll just take action and, see what I can do from there. But otherwise, I guess then that's all that I have to say on that topic. Yeah, and the Piedmont region, did quite some research, and he says, of course, you're not going to get banned for it. It's just limited to what we can do. Exactly, that's what it is. So this won't be a huge change to me. Then after all, this shouldn't be a big problem. So we should just so if it falsely flags me, then well, so yeah. So the kind of content you see on the channel, of course, is not going to change. You're You're still gonna get your new episodes of your shows, your favorite shows. In fact, even the new Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader? You're still gonna get new episodes of that. I'm still gonna go forward with the fall taping schedule next week. I'm still gonna begin the fall taping cycle next week. And of course, we're still gonna do our weekly test show tomorrow. We're still gonna do our backyard baseball game on Thursday. We're still gonna do the Fun Night Show on Fridays. So everything that we do here at Playfield TV, and of course everything that comes out on any channel, that's not going to change. Nothing's going to change. Everything's going to remain basically the same. So, yeah, as I'm hoping for, I'm hoping this won't be too big of a change for me. So that's what I'm hoping for. Ooh, that pit saved me. But the thing I'm happy about is they actually addressed everyone's concerns about this new change. And, answered some frequently asked questions on, is this whole Minecraft thing going to flag everybody under 18? And the answer is no. So that's what I'm happy to hear. I'm glad they got back on the matter and addressed everybody's complaints. So that's at least the part I praise. That's the part that I'm proud of that they've done, that they've actually addressed everybody's complaints and concerns regarding this change. So, as I've said, for the most part, I should be perfectly fine for the most part. And of course, the kind of content that we do is going to remain the same. Unless they decided to change the community guidelines at some point and then start flagging down some of my previous episodes of some of my shows. Like with what happened with MVG, WKPH, and that Gold Rush show. No, it's not going to be like that. That one involved something involving that one involved copyright. But what I'm talking about was like a whole other story. But I'm not going to go too much into those details, of course, because we're here to have fun. That's the goal. Did it seriously just go down? Okay, good, it didn't. But yeah, we're here to have fun. That's the whole reason why we're here. And of course we're going to continue to have fun. The same kind of fun that we have been having, but if there's anything that ends up going wrong, of course we won't do it anymore. We'll stop doing it. So. How do I still have 100 credits on this game from when we were last here? Oh wait, where's the narrator like we had fun with last time?
Roblox window. Sources.
I'm just gonna switch this to the
Start capture. File. Settings window. Search box. Find a setting. Accessible. Choose a speed. Slider. Pitch. Roblox. $. Cap dub. 4. $. $. $. Cap W. $. Number sign. W. Cap double. Cap W.
Actually, let me mute the.
Backs 0. Escape, escape. Enter, escape, escape. Dollar sign, dollar sign, dollar sign, cap W. Space. W. Cap W. Space. Dollar sign, dollar sign, dollar sign, dollar sign, dollar sign, dollar sign. Dollar sign. Space. Dollar sign, space. Dollar sign, dollar sign, dollar sign, cap S. Dollar sign. Dollar sign, dollar sign, dollar sign, dollar sign. Cap W. Space. Dollar sign, 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 dollar sign. Dollar sign, dollar sign, dollar sign, space. Dollar sign. S-A-W.
Yep, in a con walk, it's going to be all free.
Dollar sign, dollar sign, dollar sign, dollar sign. Dollar sign, 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 percent sign, percent sign, caret, 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 ampersand, ampersand. Opening parenthesis, closing parenthesis, underscore, 0, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 1. Grave accent, tilde, tilde, tilde. Vertical bar, backslash, closing brace, backslash. Opening brace, closing brace, opening bracket, closing bracket, period, comma, less than sign, period, less than sign, greater than sign, question mark, backspace, escape. W, space, W, escape, 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 escape. A, space, space, space.
Not get really moved.
A, space, D, D, 1, space. W, escape. Escape, escape, question mark, T, backspace. W, escape, enter, escape. Grave accent, escape. Grave accent, exclamation point, at symbol. W, A, E, D, W, E, R, S, Q, D, W, Q, S, double, D, S, W, E, W. Cap W, space. Cap W, cap D. A W space D A W S W cap E $ space $ space space dollars cap cap S A E A R Q L enter carrot carrot backslash
FT5 Bridge Roleplay. I wonder what this game's about.
settings
Let me set
window
the
speed
narrator back.
pitch slider at Roblox window task quick sound output Roblox window Roblox
It sounds like there's music being
settings
moved
window
from a
narrate
movie or
exiting
something.
narrator
And how do I hide this? Here we go. Hide the chat because I don't want to see the chat. I just want to see. So what's this about? What's FD? Um, is this like a? I think this is like a. I think this is like a scene reenactment from a movie of some sort. Yeah, I suppose that's what this thing is. It's like a reenactment of a scene from a film, which I believe that's what this is. Yeah, which I believe that's what this is. And of course, I can't tell exactly what bridge this is. If it's something like the Ambassador Bridge, it looks like the Ambassador Bridge. Apparently, this game is very popular. What is this? Circular Saw? Okay. Well, that's good. I can run up the hill and get back over to the bridge. But then, of course, the only challenge right then and there is trying to get back up to the top of it. Trying to get back onto the structure, which is now the next big challenge. But hey, the good thing at least is that a lot of our concerns were addressed. Regarding to certain content. So, that's a good thing, I suppose. So I wonder what we could use this circular saw for. I wonder.
VLC Media Player.
Under 16 Australia. So what does this do? Can you actually use this thing? Huh. You can't. You can't use it in any way, shape, or form. That's bad. And I think I see what this scene is supposed to. It seems like it's reenacting the Galloping Gertie or something like that. It's actually sort of like a virtual rendition of like an actual event. Except that is not actually what the bridge looks like. So yeah, it's just the content that we see that is the concern. So I'm just gonna be careful. So I'm just gonna be careful on the kind of content I'm watching when I'm not posting stuff going forward. Some of the younger content I'll probably just watch on private mode. But it's all right. Okay, I think I see what this is supposed to be now. It's supposed to be something like try to survive a collapsing suspension bridge. So I see what this is supposed to be. Can you even drive any of these vehicles on here? I don't think you can. Yeah, I figured you wouldn't be able to drive any of these vehicles in the game. So, yeah, I don't think you can drive any of these cars in this game. And I see the lane markers change from time to time. And I can see the border of where the bridge would shift. Now that bridge that it sort of reenacted was the Tacoma Narrows Bridge, just outside of Seattle. Yeah, here's Tacoma. Here we go. Here's the famous Tacoma Narrows Bridge. So yeah, the original span collapsed in the 40s, and they had to build a new one. Yeah, they had to build a yeah, and they had to build a new one. Yeah, they had to build a new one. Yeah, so then they had to build a new one. But then, of course, in 2007, they actually built another one right beside it to expand capacity, or furthermore, to accommodate for like a massive lane widening project of some kind. I believe that's so. I'm a bit disappointed we didn't get to see it, but it's fine. We could have seen it, but it's okay. We had other places, but maybe the next time we visit Seattle, if we ever do again in the future, we could maybe get to see it again. So get another chance to see it. In fact, oh yeah, you can see the road crumbling and cracking on this side. So I see how well they actually programmed this game. Pretty freaking nice, isn't it? Yeah, there's the part where that one section of the roadway collapses, leaving just the leaving just that one cantilever section all of its own. I mean, even from this point, when I'm looking down at a river or anything like that, and without any barrier, I usually get kind of scared when I see 'cause, like how far it is down. Even just standing on a steel grate, I kind of feel the same way. So yeah, I kind of feel the same way when it comes to that. So what's the mission here supposed to be? Get off the bridge before it collapses, or what? So is that what the goal here is? Try to get off the bridge before it collapses?
PM. Johnson radar indicated heavy rain due to thunderstorms. Flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly in the warned area.
Right. Now we can unmute it. There's now we're gonna go on. What's the USA map? So let's see how well they did this game. Oh yeah. It's just like a big map of the country. How close it is together. 294, 355. Even uh, points out famous cities, landmarks, even the auxiliary interstates. But not the greatest experience, in my personal opinion. Here's 155 that crosses into Tennessee. And here's where 55 crosses into Arkansas. There's Memphis. So this is just like one big flat map of the whole country, only pointing out major cities. Only pointing out major cities in each state. And then Louisiana. I can tell some of this still in progress. And another one. Well, they upgraded fast. Even showing Disney World.
caused by excessive rainfall is expected for a portion of east central Mississippi, including the following counties: east central Franklin and northwestern Jefferson. Until 9 p.m., flooding of rivers, creeks, streams, and other low-lying coastal locations is mandatory. At 6:01 p.m., that radar indicated heavy rain due to thunderstorms. Flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly in the Warren area. Between 2 and 3.5 inches of rain have fallen. Additional rainfall amounts to 0.5 to 1.5 inches are possible in the Warren area. Agents that will experience flooding include Topeka, Pacific, Burns, Baker Hill, High Ridge, Murphy, Cedar Lakes, District, Springs, Scottsdale, Ferndale, Hills, and Liberty Hills. Turn around, Jones, and Calvary Road. Most likely to be
Must be time for the evening Amtrak in Sedalia. All right. I do the list of pets yet. Let me finish that now. Jeez. Yeah. You see the scenery changes pretty quickly as we go into Oklahoma. So yeah, this essentially is like a complete map of the nation. Essentially, that's what this is. So then here's where 35 splits into a 35W and 35E to connect the two cities together rather than it all being one expressway, which I find pretty interesting. All right, back from dinner. Now we should hopefully be able to continue this show without any other interruptions. Well, the only other interruption that is would be my popcorn tonight, and that's about it, really. Yeah, that's the only other problem I'm seeing with the RAM. I don't know if it's with the RAM or something else, or the mixed match of brands. I don't know. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is, but regardless, let's try to get back to Chicago in here, and then we have some catching up to do on 2 different loggers. But I'm also going to finish up Daily Dose of Pets as well. Yes, I enjoyed it.
Yes, but they can make a difference at the.
All right. So now that we're done with dinner, get that ad there. All right, we have some catching up to do, so we're gonna do that before we move on to. We're gonna do that really quickly before we move on to another game. Starting with this marine warning here. Alright, finished going back on all those, but there's actually one more thing I gotta go back on. And that would be today's um, Amtrak stuff. We're gonna do that before we go on to the next game here. Speed restrictions.
Elephants. VLC Media Player window.
I think this is the Zephyr. This is Zephyr number 5. With that Central Pacific private car and that other one at the back, and that Pullman at the back. Or are they putting them on the Chief this time around? Okay, so then this is the other one. So that first one was Zephyr number 5 because of the private cars. Those were the same ones that were on yesterday's number 6, or on a number 6 from a few days back. So I suppose they're shipping those private cars back over to Chicago. Okay, now we're ready to continue on with another game here. This is a destroy the bridge map, and it looks like this is a new variant. So you just got what you have. That's really all it is, just knock down a bunch of steel supports are coming down in a chain reaction. It looks like the structure is already destabilized. How long do you have to wait for it to regenerate? You have to wait a long time for that? That's dumb. Oh, this one's pretty cool. So it looks like you got multiple bridges here you could wreck. It's like it's maintaining stability. Now, how many bridges are there on this map? Not that much, I don't think. So really, just putting down one stick of dynamite pushes me off the map? What kind of logic is this? I can put down as many sticks of dynamite as I want. Oh, that's great. That's great. I can put down as many sticks of dynamite as I wish. St. Mary's River System. What do we have here? What does this do? It's a button that doesn't serve any purpose at all. Oh. Okay, well now how am I gonna get out? Wow, they didn't really make these pretty good, didn't they? Build a railroad crossing. Where's this one? All besides failures. Oh my god. Oh, here we go. We can take anything in this consist and move them. And we can move them to different spots on the map. But how do we rotate them, though? Oh my god, there's actual trains in this game. No way. And this thing is pointing the wrong way. So this is how we rotate it around. Oh, the crossbuck. Gosh. Alright. Well, that's pretty cool. Oh, so it's final. Oh, so that was the scene from Final Destruction 5. The film. That's I'm guessing what it is. Railroad Street. I wonder what this is. Hmm. Ah, this game looks familiar. It looks like this is a. This looks like a pretty familiar game, but it looks like it has some new. Looks like they've changed some things up. Looks like this is a completely new design of a map.
In my neighborhood. VLC media player window.
Where does this go then? Oh, this doesn't go anywhere. What a shame. Well, now we have to wait for it to pass before we continue on.
The Snowy Realm song. VLC media player window.
Yeah, a lot of these crossings look familiar to us. A lot of them do. So I suppose they must have expanded. Oh, look at that. There's a Toys R Us here. I wonder if there's anything special inside. Is there anything special inside of the world's greatest toy store there is? Nope. Nothing exciting. I'm surprised they actually put Toys R Us in here, especially since it's been about almost a decade after they went bankrupt. After they went bankrupt and liquidated the entire chain. So I mean, for many of us, it was pretty sad Toys R Us to see Toys R Us fall from grace. It was kind of sad to see it fall from grace. We got two trains at once. There's some beach houses I see. So we went from cave realm to flutter realm, and now from snow to a new day to the very end. Well, you never know what my station could play. You know, head on is like the first thing you may hear, and then no, thank you. I'd rather not. But otherwise, yeah, it's been quiet tonight. I heard Zephyr Sandberg 383 is delayed. It's delayed tonight because of the flooding. I wonder if you can stay in any of these houses. Yeah, I guess you can. See what's special about them. Nothing special here. Looks like all these houses look the same. Bit disappointing. Expected something better from those other houses. Netflix. This is yeah, here's an exciting feature. Yes, the bathtub. That's an exciting feature of this whole thing. But I'd prefer a separated one. or one that's separated from that in the shower. That's what I prefer when it comes to something like that. And I'm assuming all these houses look the very same too. Yes, apparently they do. October 14th. How fitting that picked that date, because Windows 10 will not be supported anymore after that date. Oh wait, there's a larger house here. Let's see what's special about this place. Oh, this looks like a sample from that other game. Or is this the same game, but they've just made some updates and enhancements and additions to it? Yep, that room looks about the same. This is the same. You could still go around crossing gates. And we can still go right through active moving trains. Not possible in the real world, of course. Let's see what's special about these homes here. I think this layout is new. There's not supposed to be grass here. The shower. I wonder where the tub is. Which bathroom has the tub? Same ordeal. Very cramped dining room. One is the pantry, where all the snacks and stuff is stored. There's another one. That looks the same as like one of those other ones we already saw. Nothing much to see here. Of course, I can't even open those boxes. What's inside this house? Yeah, here's another completely different setup. Unlike what we saw in the previous instance of this game. This is like a nice big living room. There's the bathroom. Yep, this is just a walk-in shower. Here's the garage with a lawnmower inside. Then where does this lead to? Here's the pantry. Oh wow, this one actually looks stocked. Golden Graham cereal, Lay's, chips. And I can tell that that's actually the very old Lay's packaging. The old Lay's packaging style before they made some changes to it. Because that's not the kind of labels that Frito-Lay uses now for their foods. They don't do it like that no more. I believe they actually shrink a lot of the stuff down, which is such a shame. Now what's this? Although they already did one today, at least they knew when the time was right to do another one. Alright, let's keep going. So here's that bedroom. I think we saw a similar setup like this, didn't we? I don't know. Let's keep going. Alright, here we go. So here's the upstairs bathroom that has its own separate tub. Would this be the kind of tub I'd want? Maybe. That was funny that, but it didn't go down. It's stuck on receiving, but I got it at least. And here is another bedroom area. I see it's like there's another set of staircases that leads to the attic up the stairs. Oh my gosh, another one. Now we got a train race going on. Alright, here's the larger of all the bedrooms. Yeah, it's another one of those. There's a closet. That's really all there is to see here.
Camping out. Camping outside. VLC media player window.
Alright, now let's see what's special about these houses here. Yeah, same layout, just different color on the outside. Now what's special about Walmart? I see Johnny Thunder posted like some details about the upcoming change. All right, so this is Marble Tower Tycoon. This is a game that I don't think we've checked out yet. What's this one? Is this one like a sample? Okay. Start Marble Tower. So yeah, this is where you have to use the currency to grow. This is what we were going to check out earlier, this storm game here. So what is this supposed to be? Like natural disaster survival of some sort? Seems like it. I guess we could tour around the house. Yeah, no outdoor pool here. That's a shame. Here's the garage. It's like a gazillion people all here at once. There's the living room. This is the bedroom. That's the air conditioner. August 6th, 2002. And it uses the universal time. But what county does it? But what kind of severe weather warning for Scotland County? Does it mean Scotland, North Carolina? I don't know. There's the bathroom though. Ooh, I like this. It's actually got an actual tub. And what's here? WR120? Oh my god, it actually works. Can you actually fill this up? I could. For like a... Suppose that, clogs. Okay, came on for a second. Now it doesn't want to come on again. There we go. Now how do we turn it around? Okay, I guess that's the only setup we get. The only option we get. No like hot, cold, or anything like that. Okay, now there's like rejuvenating jets in here. Now how do you activate those? So how do these jets activate? If they even activate at all?
Has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for West Central
The shower actually works.
At 7:44 p.m.
You can trigger the light, you can trigger the heat. You can turn the fan on and off. The sinks actually work.
Locations in Texas include Evansville and Chandler. This includes Interstate 69 in Indiana between acres 11 and 19. Repeating, a severe.
And the toilet actually works too. Oh my gosh, a lot of things work in this house. Another one. Seems like those windows open and close. What are these boxes for? Do these blinds even open and close? Looks like they do. Looks like these blinds do something. Alright, pretty neat game. Alright. Cineblocks, I'm guessing that's a movie theater. What's this here? The Lane's Bowl. What's special about this place? Wonder how special this place is. Is it? Oh, that's right. I've been here before. I just remembered. I've been to this game before, but I haven't come here in a while. But it seems like I can't really move them out. There we go. So I suppose those pins are the currency that you use. We're gonna host a new game. Is it getting me set up for a lane? I think it is. Because I told it to start a new game, so. Oh, here we go. It's busy. Oh, so it says busy, so. So it does say it's doing something, it's thinking. Or it is trying to find me a game. Or available lane out of all of them. Too bad, start. Does this even work? Probably doesn't, so I'm gonna say cancel. Or it says the server is busy at the moment. Oh, here we go. Hold to select. Yeah, I guess you have to set your lane up at the reception desk. Which I can't really seem to get going at the current moment. That's okay. And what's this one? Champers Trains versus Cars? There you get a bunch of choices. We'll go to the downtown. And it takes me to the respective map. Okay, but then where do we get our cars? Vehicle spawner. Here it goes. Here's where we can choose our cars, but now I can't seem to get rid of that menu. Yeah, it seems like they finally brought that sound back after a bit, so it seems like this game must have taken advantage of that opportunity and brought that classic death sound back to the game after so long. So, of course, I'm assuming you can drive. Oh, does that require like a fee or something? Lowboy truck. Glitchy, and I can certainly. Let's see how glitchy it really is. Well, not in my case. So, what's the pattern? But if we turn the sprint on? Well, activating the sprint doesn't really do anything.
Down here on the far VLC Media Player window.
So, yeah, I don't really see anything. There's just not like anything coming at all. Must be backing up.
VLC Media Player window.
Somebody's shooting fireworks off. Here's a classic game you haven't touched in a little bit.
Locations impacted include Princeton, Oakland City, Petersburg, Francisco, and Hazleton. This includes Interstate 69 in Indiana between mile markers 33 and 52. Repeating, a severe thunderstorm warning has been issued until 8:45 p.m. or 9:45 p.m. in the following counties.
Alright, now
Sub. VLC Media Player window.
I see this pin setter is malfunctioning. So we can actually see how the pin setter actually works. Then we can see the pin setter on my part is not really working right. Oh, wait, what just happened? Oh, we can click on a pin to clear it. Okay, so there we go. So now the pin setter will probably load up the pins. You're kind of getting like a good first-hand look at how the pin setter actually works. You can see it's going to load up the pins in all 10 slots and try to fit them where they go. And if all 10 are in their places, then it'll bring them down. And then as we play, it'll load up the pins and then set them on the next area. That's how we grab our ball. What the heck is blocking this? Oh, is it because I hit the off button on the pin setter? Let's press on. There we go. So that was the off button. Okay, so there we go. Now it's on. So there we go. Now it's on. So now it works. There's some extra ones in the back there.
VLC Media Player window.
So that's really how this whole thing works. So you can see the pins are being pulled up on this sort of escalator or elevator. Not what the hell am I saying? Elevator. So they're being pulled up on that elevator, and then once all 10 pins have occupied the spaces there, then it'll start sending them down. Then the pin setter will bring them down and then set them into place, ready for actual bowling. And I think here these are extras. There's a radio there, we can mute it if we want. We don't have to hear the music. So this is interesting. Too bad we don't hear any sounds of the pins though. What are these ladders for? So how do you place these pins? Is there like a... No, where did they go? Did they go into the inventory? Okay, so I guess if you click on a pin that goes loose or rogue off of the lane, then it just removes the pin entirely. And does it regenerate into its proper spot or what? Well, I don't know. Choose what pins to eliminate. How you're in between. Let's see what happens if we throw it from this side. Yep, there we go. A nice diagonal line. A nice diagonal line. All right. All right. So that's going to be a wrap for that game. So we're coming up now on the final hour and a half here tonight before the end of our show. Now, I did see a flash already just come out from NWS Wilmington out of all places. So, I'll wait for that to go through. Or we're going to do the WNKR relay. So, we're going to go ahead now and head over to DeKalb. And watch some trains go by. Yeah, I'm a bit disappointed that we didn't get the 1% Club this week. But it's alright. So let's find a... There we are. Alright. So all settled in DeKalb.
Gonna fly. VLC media player window.
Alright. So, let you all now sit and enjoy the trains. Sit back and enjoy the trains, I mean to say. Sit back and enjoy the trains. And then, after my popcorn break, we will continue. Well, I'll piece together, edit everything that we have so far. And we'll play, I guess then we'll have some more time to play a few more games. And then that will take us to the end of our show here tonight. So now I'll let you all sit back and enjoy the trains while I go have some popcorn tonight. And then when I get back, I will piece the compilation together, and then we will finish up this thing. Alright, we're back. Now we're almost done here. Well, we're about ready to move on to our next Roblox game. But before we do that, we have some catching up we need to do. And it involves these products. So let's take care of these before we proceed any further. Yes. I know you want to do an update. Let's do it now.
The National Weather Service in Gaylord has issued a special marine warning for St. Mary's River Point Iroquois to east, Potoganissing Bay, until 11:45 p.m. At 9:46 p.m., strong thunderstorms were located along a line extending from 8 nautical miles east of Nebish Island to near Mackinac Island, moving east at 30 knots. Hazard, wind gusts 34 knots or greater. Source, radar. Impact, small craft could be damaged and briefly higher winds and suddenly higher waves. Locations impacted include Drummond Island, Nebish Island, Detour Village, Lime Island, Potoganissing Bay, and Muniscong. Move to safe harbor until hazardous weather passes.
Alright, here's the next one.
The National Weather Service in Detroit, Pontiac has issued a special marine warning for Detroit River, Lake St. Clair, Open Lakeview South portion, Michigan waters of Lake Erie from Detroit River to North Cape, Michigan, St. Clair River, until 10:45 p.m. At 9:56 p.m., strong thunderstorms were located along a line extending from 8 nautical miles west of St. Clair shores to near Wyandotte to near Monroe Harbor, moving east at 25 knots. Hazard, wind gusts to 40 knots. Source, radar. Impact, small craft could be damaged and briefly higher winds and suddenly higher waves. Strong thunderstorms will be near Lake Erie Metro Park Harbor, Elizabeth Park Marina, Detroit River Light, the Ambassador Bridge, Grosse Ile, Wyandotte, and Gibraltar around 10 p.m. St. Clair Shores, Grosse Pointe, and Belle Isle around 10:05 p.m. Metro Beach Metro Park Marina around 10:25 p.m. St. Clair Flats Old Channel Light around 10:35 p.m. Other locations impacted by strong thunderstorms include Gibraltar. Move to safe harbor until hazardous weather passes.
Okay, in that case, I'm not too concerned about any postponements whatsoever. But I do want to try something on the machine when I restart the station. I want to see if I can fit all of them in one config document. Actually, I'm not even going to bother trying it because that's going to be a pain.
The National Weather Service in Wilmington has issued a flash flood warning for southeastern Butler County, northeastern Hamilton County, southwestern Warren County, until 1 a.m. At 9:56 p.m., radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area. Between 1 and 2.5 inches of rain have fallen. Additional rainfall amounts of 0.5 to 1 inch are possible. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. Hazard, flash flooding caused by thunderstorms. Source, radar. Impact,
flash flooding of small creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets, and underpasses, as well as other poor drainage and low-lying areas. Some locations that may experience flash flooding include Evendale, Sharonville, Finneytown, Wyoming, Fairfield, Mason, Lebanon, Norwood, Forest Park, Blue Ash, Springdale, Cheviot, Milford, Mount Healthy, and Deer Park. Turn around. Don't drown when encountering flooded roads. Most flood deaths occur in vehicles. To report flash flooding, go to our website at weather.gov/ILN and submit your report via social media when you can do so safely.
That. So, with tomorrow's risk all together, let me go ahead and get these products into here. And then we will start. Then we'll start our next game, which we will play for only about half an hour. After, as I would like to allow at least 15 minutes for the final act. Let's have David again on both
Google
ends.
Drive window. $sign, 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 $sign.
Until hazard weather passes.
Number sign, number sign, number sign.
So after we get these put together, as I said, we'll move on to the
Check it out. VLC Media Player window.
Underscore, underscore, underscore.
Opening bracket. Opening brace, closing brace. Opening parenthesis, closing parenthesis.
Eight, 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 7.
As issued. And 19.
Multiply. Divide. OBS, exiting narrator. VLC Media Player window.
let's see, this 634. 634. $627. let's see, this one from 651 belongs here. And then this rain warning from Green Bay belongs right here. What's this one? Yep. So that's all in the right place. And let's see, this one at 6:16 was the WYCA Weekly that I got live. And this is the last thing we would hear from Environment Canada today. Right. And then this footage from my phone was a Grand Rapids warning that I got live. The flood warning came first, and then the flood advisory after that. Let's see.
And Peachtree City has issued a severe.
I want to hit today. VLC Media Player window.
Daylight time. Issued a flag.
And I would fly. VLC Media Player window.
Vehicles. Service in Detroit, but
Now that's the Grand Rapids relay of Detroit, so I want it to be as original as possible. Alright, and then I guess we're down to these now. Alright, I guess then we are now down to just these products.
at 40p. City of
Washu was issued at 4:46. So it seems like to me WRHN has a pattern, in fact. They seem to have a set automated test pattern. So I guess if that's the case, then I'll add it to the Tuesday documentation and have that be a part of the cycle. And this is where WPWX tested. However, my logger failed to log a recording of it. And this was the Miami warning. And the Louisville Tuesday.
Jasper County.
That one was only partial. And that looks to be it. That looks to be everything. Okay. Alright, it's only at a good hour and a half right now, but we still have some more to add. So now with that taken care of, let's go ahead and continue on here. What is another game I would like to play? Haven't played this in a good while, so let's play that one. I'm gonna have to mute the desktop audio for... Oh, that's right, I can mute the music on the game. Oh boy. Try coming in Sedalia now. I'll just unplug this since I won't need it plugged in for a good while. Oh, that's right, I forgot that messes everything up. No wonder why people say HP stands for horrible product. That's how short these locals typically are. Alright. So since I've went ahead and muted the music on the game, let me do some trimming with these horizons here. Everything but 7, 9, and 14 are coming on tonight. Now, considering that MPG is that Grandma Studios or whoever that affiliate is finally getting back into business with their stuff, and considering we got 2 weeks left of the Barry and Enright Cup, possibly tonight and then next week, I'm actually gonna stay up much longer. Go until the conclusion of the Barry and Enright Cup show each respective night. So meaning whenever Barry and Enright Cup's done tonight, that's when I'm gonna call it quits. who cares? It's 2 a.m. or so. In some way, we're kind of bringing back, you know, the old way of how I stayed up and whatnot. But it's only going to be temporary, though. Or at least I hope it will be. Well, actually, it'll only be for a short time, because I believe that's going to be the best time slot where they're going to throw in Sorry the Game Show. Or are they going to do that right after Beatdown? Whatever that Beatdown series is. I don't know what they're going to do, but I guess only time will tell. I guess we will have to wait and see here as we progress through the fall. Oh, W1KR. I get another chance. Start that. Well, an intermodal going solo. Actually, I might not have gotten it all the way to the end, so. We're gonna do it again on my logger. Right, and then let me actually go and pull up some music of my own. Should be everything from both lists. Yeah, let's play this guy first. Which one's at first sight? Never mind. I'll just pick a random one. This one. Oh, I still have to tab you. I forgot about that. There we go. There we go. Fix that. song again.
Solve the mystery. VLC media player window.
Solve the mystery. What do we want to do now? Let's do this. They're aiming the wrong way. Oh, we can't play that. Let's do this one. Let's take down these transmission towers one by one. of that got that awning to go up high in the air. All that's there is just all that debris from the detonations. That's flying all around. Oh, yay, WRTI decides to run it. No, we're not saving any modules. No, we're not. Oh, this will serve as RTI. We should have everything. No, we're not including the... We are not including the pre-rolls in this. We're just going to include the headers. I could have just put some text visualizations, but I chose not to. Alright. Let's do... No, not
Keep
this one.
keep this frequency clear.
No, not that one. This is the one I want. Alright, we're gonna wreck one last thing before we move on to our final game of the show. And then we'll talk about tomorrow, and that will be it. Looks like they're towing a mail truck. There we go. That was pretty spectacular. So the drawbridge and the ferry now disappear into the abyss. And of course, our main goal here is to try to complete these shows as quickly as possible, as as unlike last year, I do not want NVG's streams conflicting with ours. So that's why we're gonna try to finish our streams before NVG starts one of theirs. Because now it looks like this year they're going to be doing a lot more. We're going to be doing like 4 live streams each week now. That'll be clashing with our shows. We're not sure how long the break with Monopoly is going to be. But I guess for the first part of the year, it looks like they're going to be doing one every day of the week. So, with Monday being Monopoly, and then Tuesday night being the return of Sorry the Game Show, whenever they start it. Wednesday will probably be when they add another episode of Monopoly into the lineup. So it'll probably be us playing along to that and then ending it. Thursday then would be that Showcase Beatdown, and Friday Net Poker. I'll say Showcase. Anyway, Net Poker, and then that's it for the week. So. Alright, so now we're going to get ready to play our final game of our show today. And, well, actually, before we do that, there was one game we never did. That was the old doghouse. We never went in here, didn't we?
Are you sure about that? Enter code then. Select arming mode.
Alright, what other kind of insanity can we ensue? I see quite a bit of updates have been made. Apparently they managed to port over the Weather Cube and a few other classic Radio Shack ones, including the 12996. Touchscreen Weather Alert Radio, the only one of its kind, the only one of that kind in existence. I'm assuming that vault door down there is open and ready for me to start sending stuff out. We're gonna do the good old power plant.
A nuclear power plant warning has been issued. All residents within 50 miles of the plant shall immediately proceed to a shelter and remain there until further notice. A life-threatening emergency is occurring. Turn off all home air systems, close windows and doors, and proceed to a shelter as fast as possible. Do not wait.
Do not wait. Do not wait. You know, after a long day, I need a relaxing bath. Just a nice relaxing soak of some kind. Alright, let's fill up to the max. So that's how we stop the drain on the sinks. Yeah, once it gets to the filling point, we can go ahead and turn them. I'm guessing those measures are there to protect it from overflowing. I'm guessing that's what it is. So, yeah, those things in there are to prevent it from overflowing. Now, as much as I would like to fill it up all the way fully to the brim, that would cause a watery mess in the room for sure. A huge watery mess. That would definitely not be pleasant. But yeah, I need a relaxing soak, but I can't sit down. Oh well, this is the best way I can. This is the best way I can interpret it, or picture it. I should say, picture it. Yeah, I guess this is the best way we're gonna picture it for you. Because yeah, that actually is. This is actually the kind of Alright, I guess we wait for. Wait. The file requested cannot be found. Alright, let's check this one. What is up with this? Why is it down? Because it says that Aaron Luke is picking it up right there. Yeah, I don't want to hear about your promotions and things like that. But yeah, I mean, after a long day, this is definitely what I need to, kind of wind down for the night after after a pretty crazy day. This is definitely what I would need to rejuvenate, for the night. I would just relax in here and wind down for the evening, just enjoy it. As the warm water kind of softens my skin, I'm just kind of picturing it, with this visual right here. But this is definitely the kind of bathroom I would like. A separate tub and a separate shower. I know I discussed this a lot already in previous broadcasts. I've discussed that. All right. So since both Toledo streams are down, I guess I'm gonna have to go find another one for Cleveland. So I guess I'm gonna have to find another one for Cleveland for tomorrow. But before we continue onto our last game, I'm gonna need to do a couple of things. First, I'm gonna replace that test clip. First, I'm gonna replace the previous clip. I probably should have muted the audio before we started. Okay. And then finally, this.
Little glitzy glitz. You'll see people are going to rejoin us, okay, Max? You think people are going to come see that we're live again? You think our friends are going to come out? This weekend? Yeah. And then I looked and I realized that the New York Times were nothing drastically. Again, where did I get Max? Max is arrested. And he
All right. And then at the end of tonight's show, once NVG begins their Barry and Enroy Cup stream, I'll do the same thing I did last night and watch it on my on the Dell Micro. I'm gonna watch it on that PC. But this time, I'm gonna keep the Edge window as it is and go full screen if I need to. I know that Task Manager thing is gonna kind of interfere a little bit with the effect of the game, but at least the good thing is, if I do it on PC, I shouldn't hopefully have too much of a inconvenience, because when I try to watch those streams on mobile, it was just an absolute pain in the ass, let me tell you. I talked about it during last night's Minecraft show. I talked about it a lot. In fact, how an abrupt ad would just cut off part of, if not both the questions that they were asking and the answers the contestants were giving. I was like, that's not right. It should have just waited until they went to a break or something before doing that. Which reminds me, I've barely ever used that break feature since it was introduced, but oh well. Maybe if they set it for long, maybe if they allow us to set like a custom time instead of like a set time, that probably would work better. That probably would work better. I'm surprised they haven't been making use of that feature yet, but I don't know if they will. Alright. Well, folks, we have made it to our final game. It is time for the Crashtown Game Thing Grand Finale. Now, no, we're not going to start with a bland, boring white car. Oh, that's not what I want to do. Let me choose the final song. The one that I want is under... You know what? We've done that one too many times. Let's do Area 51 for the finale, because because Downers Grove is now officially behind us. I'm going to change the vehicle color to this shade of blue. Alright. It's time to put the nail in the coffin on this week's Roblox show. there we go, ladies and gentlemen. That is the conclusion. I'm not going to take both of these off of this week's Roblox show. I gotta reset the runtime, but hey, I mean, we were still able to rerun everything. I mean, as we usually do. I mean, you know, despite all that other nonsense that we went through today. All right. So before we go, let me take one final check. Make sure that I got everything I needed to get. And make sure I got everything from every logger. That's the latest one. No more Comcast have happened. No more Caucus have happened. Okay. All right. Okay. So we're all caught up. Let me go and mute this. I will close those roll cams as soon as that MVG stream begins. And I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna go ahead and silence David Desktop now that we are nearing the end. Nearing the end of our program. So, this is where we now conclude our Roblox show for this week. Hopefully you all enjoyed it, you know, as much as I did, you know, putting it on, of course, for each and every single one of you each week. So, now let's talk about a little bit about tomorrow and how, you know, it's all going to progress before we end this here. Of course, as you all know, tomorrow we go back to the way we have done our Wednesday shows for the past several years. Well, since we started this whole, actually it was since 2023, in fact. So yeah, we go back to the way that we had done this in previous years. So that's what we're going to be getting back to this week. So we're going to return to that tomorrow. Of course, we'll start it up at 8 a.m. sharp. We'll start it at 8 a.m. on Wednesday morning, tomorrow morning, as we usually do. So, bright and early tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. is when we will start our show. But now that we're in the 24/7 format, and with the reduced amount of automated tests, we could start sooner. Now that WJAS, we probably don't even have the receiver for it anymore. But I will check. I'll keep checking. But otherwise, I think that might be the end for WJAS at this point. Unless we want to continue them in the form of the quiet tests. I think we could probably bring back a classic. That's what I'm thinking. We'll bring back a classic. Well, I'll think about it tonight while watching the Barry and Enright Cup, if that's what MVG is going to be up to this evening. Up to tonight. I will stay up for the entirety of that stream, and then when that's over, then I'm calling it quits. Then I'm gonna tuck it in for the night, straight after the closing. You know, straight after they ended. Well, of course they decided to throw a sign-off sequence, a mock sign-off in there, in the end credits, and everybody liked it, so they kept it. Kind of like how we used to include our own little sign-offs, you know, in our early years. But then again. So tonight, once the Barry and Enright Cup starts, I'll stay up until the end of it. When that's all over, I'll go straight to bed. But of course, I'll make sure to render the severe weather compilation and get that up and all scheduled beforehand. I will, of course, check everything one more time, make sure I have everything in there before I, you know, end my so-called operating day. And then tomorrow, join us again bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Central when we kick off the Weekly Test Wednesday show here at home for the first time in a long time. And hopefully, and this time, we should be able to do it the way we should have done, because the past 2 times that we did it over the summer, it was just a terrible mess. The first time around, we were pulled off the air abruptly, so my father could send me to the main campus for one of my classes. That math class that had just been causing me torture, and that's why I said this summer was very difficult for me. Um, the craziest summer I've ever been through, in fact. And then the second time around, later on, we did it correctly. We did it the way we should have done. So I'm very glad. And this time we will be able to do it correct. We will be able to do it the proper way this time. So that means all the games that we usually do are going to be returning. So that means Wheel of Fortune Wheel of Fortune Deluxe on the PC, Monopoly, that will be returning. Those will be our returning things. And then of course we'll watch all the Wednesday primetime stuff. Deal or No Deal with Brandon at 10. But then after that, something new is replacing Wheel of Fortune Second Edition. Because if you remember, when I said last Wednesday that would be the last time we'd be doing that game, because a lot of the puzzles on it have been repeats, just like Wheel of Fortune 1998. So that's why we have discontinued that game from our lineup. I'm considering putting Yahtzee in its place, but unless I find another game of interest, we could fill that spot in. We could fill that spot in with another game, maybe like Yahtzee. Yeah, I'm thinking Yahtzee will fill that spot in with a game of that kind. Or we could fit the Game of Life in, but we would have to switch over to that Vista machine again. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. Hyperbole is also returning. I forgot to mention that. Hyperbole is also returning to the lineup. We certainly haven't done that game in months. So that's returning too as part of the lineup. So those games are coming back, but Yahtzee and a different fourth PC are going to be the major changes. They're going to be taking effect this year when it comes to these weekly Test Wednesday shows. But otherwise, you won't notice a difference. We're still going to do it the same way we have been doing. But then Thursday will be our backyard baseball game, which we'll do at 5 p.m. sharp. Friday then will be our fun night show at 7. We'll of course start it at 7. And then Saturday, I believe the tentative plan right now is to make up the Mexican dinner that we were going to have yesterday, but they were on vacation, so we didn't do it. So we'll probably do it this weekend. That plan is not concrete as of yet, but once I know about the concrete plans, of course I will plan out the weekend schedule accordingly. And then Sunday, that will be our next Roblox show, and that will be the case for the next 16 weeks, because next week is the beginning of my college semester. So, beginning this coming Sunday, the 17th, you will see Roblox live. You will see Roblox immediately following Wait, Don't Tell Me. So, of course, with the Sunday schedule from there going through the next 16 weeks, we'll do Wait, Don't Tell Me. I'll have lunch. We'll play Roblox. And, of course, we'll play that until maybe about dinner time or so. And then we'll fill in another game for the 7 p.m. hour, maybe the Deal or No Deal arcade, or the arcade. We could fill that in for that Yahtzee game instead. We could do that. But I have not made my final decision as of yet. Or we could switch the two, or we could just play the two games, since Yahtzee goes quite short and we can, switch between the two interchangeably. I think that'll work. But I'll think about it as we get closer to the beginning of tomorrow's show. But anyway, Sunday will be our first Roblox show with the new time slot, because we're accommodating for my evening class that Tuesday night, and of course with the prime time that goes along with it. And yeah, also so we can have Playfield TV continue in the 24/7 format. And of course with next Monday's Minecraft show, where we continue the construction of that expressway, or rather finish up the construction of that expressway, that will not change. Minecraft Live's pattern will not be altered, so you'll still see it start at 4 p.m. as we have been. But then Tuesday there will not be anything. The only thing we'll really just be doing that day for the next 16 weeks is the the new program showcase, and that'll be it. Then we just go back to the mystery of everything that has, been released. And then, of course, everything I said about Wednesday, including tomorrow, holds true. We'll do all the weeklies from home like we have been doing. We'll bring back all the games that we've previously done. But then beginning October 15th, that is when our evening portion will be cut short again. Because that is when the third of my 4 evening classes come into play. And I've actually found out the names of all 4 of those classes. So it's Cloud Security, Network Essentials, OS Fundamentals, and Digital Media. Those are my 4 classes this semester. I couldn't remember what the name of the other ones were, but now I do. Because I did take a peek at the schedule while I was getting dinner ready tonight. So the evening portion then will then be cut short beginning October 15th. So pretty much when that time comes, the morning and afternoon portions will just stay the same. However, after 5 p.m., we'll just go straight to the mystery marathon, or we'll just air the new program showcase while we're away. And then we'll just switch back to the show when I return. And then we will continue on and we'll, finalize everything. Eventually we'll just, piece the compilations, get the compilation together, play around with other things, and then deal or no deal with Brandon and all that other stuff, and then that would be the end of that story. And then for next Thursday, not this coming Thursday, but next Thursday, the backyard baseball start times are going to vary significantly. So to accommodate for my evening class, we will be, and this 24/7 format change, we will be starting backyard baseball much later than how we normally do it. So let's see. So if my Thursday evening class begins at 6 and it ends after 7, now I'm just making an assumption, but this may not be the final case. So if it starts at 6 and then concludes at 8, then the backyard baseball game would start at 9. Potentially, because it's probably, or maybe sooner than that, maybe like 8:30, 8:45, somewhere around there, because as I think it's usually about half an hour, 45 minutes, if not less, to get to my the college campus from here. So I'm just taking that as a particular as an example, of that we could be starting a backyard baseball game, much later than how we have done it in the past. When we swap some times around. This year it's going to be a lot different. Well, this semester, however, it's going to be a lot different. But once we know everything for the spring semester of next year, of course, I'll inform you about those plans. What the heck is going on with this phone charger? This charger's probably broken. Oh. I got it going for a split second. There we go. Okay. Yeah, that's not going to work. What a shame. There we go. Okay. So that will be the changes for the Wednesday show. Of course, we'll go back on the evening stuff, but now, unfortunately, we're going to be one office short of evening tests now, because Melbourne discontinued their evening test. Because I'm probably sure it's because of shortage of staff. I think that was the reasoning Kansas City cited as to why they dropped their evening test. I have a good feeling that if this continues, everybody else is going to do the same thing. And then we may soon stop seeing evening weeklies across the board, and then our weekly test shows could become much shorter and shorter. Eventually, we could be looking at potentially maybe a 5 p.m. end time. Or maybe later, or maybe sooner than that. But we'll have to see, we'll see what happens as time goes on. But back to Thursday, yeah. So backyard baseball will be next Thursday. Will be much later. So Currently, the estimated time would be anywhere between 8 and 10 p.m. That is when you'd expect the Backyard Baseball Live program to start. Of course, I'll be here at my desk watching over the game and then making sure I end it in time. Because I've been very late in ending the game, while I was at the college campus, because I've had like 50 gazillion other things open on one of my other laptops and things like that, and I can't even see the game, even though I have the window open on like one other browser tab and things like that. But other than that, those are the only changes. Is then everything else will just remain the same. So the Friday show and the Saturday things, those will not change. Of course, the Saturday things, when we do that, will vary depending on our weekend plans. So that's how things are. That's how things are looking here as we get ready to go into a new school year. And considering that this is a new school year, I expect less and less weeklies from these enthusiasts because they're all going to be focusing on college, work, school, work, things like that. So I won't be surprised. I will definitely be expecting less and less weeklies when we go back on the enthusiast captures later on. As we, go later on in the show. So with that, then I guess that's it. Oh yeah, and then one more thing. I want to reiterate, but before we end this, I want to reiterate one final thing. I know a lot of people are concerned about this whole, this AI verification change that's going to go into effect very soon here in the United States. As this mainly is going to affect people under 18. But considering that I am an adult, I should be fine. But as I have explained earlier, a lot of people were going crazy on Southern PA's live stream earlier today. But as I've mentioned earlier on in the show, since I'm an adult, I probably will. Um, I shouldn't have. I shouldn't have that much of an impact. I'd say I shouldn't have that much of an impact. So if that's the case, then everything that we have been doing, over the years, that'll still go on. That will go on unchanged. So nothing much will be changed whatsoever. So you'll still see all the kind of great content that we have been doing. All the real fame videos, all of the original programming. But of course, in addition to these college classes, that's when I begin the fall taping session next week. And I still have yet to create a holiday intro. However, I have an idea for it already, so maybe during tomorrow's show at some point, maybe we could make that intro. So then we wouldn't have to deal with it over the weekend. That's what I'm thinking. So then we can maybe start the fall taping session even earlier. Perhaps Thursday. That's what I'm thinking. We could start the fall taping session as early as Thursday this week. But that depends on if I get the holiday intro done during tomorrow's weekly test show or not. If we don't do it on Wednesday, then it will surely be Saturday. Unless those plans change. Yeah, unless those plans change. But then after the holiday intro is created on we can't do. Well, I did all the testing with the application on audio, and it doesn't seem like it likes VMware. Of course, it's expected because it labels beta, so I don't expect everything to be perfect yet, as they're still working on it. But then eventually they'll have the final version, and then everything will be in one piece. It's gonna be a bit of time, but they'll work things out. So, since we're be on all day Sunday, then Monday the 18th is when the fall taping session will then begin. So as soon as I play catch up, the first episodes of Sorry will then begin to be taped. So I'll start recording the first few episodes of Sorry, and then I'll continue recording those episodes until we reach, November. Because when do we usually release our holiday intro? We usually do so the week of Thanksgiving. So I would make episodes until November 20th of next year. So, of both shows. So that would bring both shows up to a pretty good state. So then, and then after I do those two shows, then I'll tape the rest of season 1 of 5th Grader, which is actually now airing. Of course, you'll get another episode tomorrow. I saw Brandon's reaction too. But yeah, I saw Brandon's reaction. So great. Now he's gonna have a lot more voice clips to study. Oh boy, he studied the Big John's clips quite well. He's remembered all the sorry voice lines, and now he's gonna remember the voice lines of Jeff Foxworthy and the game player. Oh boy, but the thing I'm hoping for is that I don't end up with repeat questions. So maybe during the sorry taping session, maybe during the first part of the tapings, I will have to. Yeah, maybe during the first part of the taping, then I'll have to figure out, what questions already showed up, so that way I know, if the questions show up again, I don't want it to show up again. So, well, I'll think about it as we get to that point. Seattle. One of the Seattle ones are going. AOS and St. Adams, Lancaster, PA. Well, I'm going to take care of that soon after we end this, which we're going to go ahead and do right now. So let's see. Yeah, we're within the hour of MVG potentially starting the Varian Enright Cup. If they don't start it by 12 midnight, I'm just gonna call it quits and go straight to bed by then, or after I finish the compilation. Well, whichever comes first. But you know what? Either way, I'll just stay up till midnight and then go straight to bed. Well, that is if MVG doesn't do the Enright Cup tonight. But now that Jared Ferguson and Jason Myers are back, I'm sure they're going to tonight. So I guess with that, I'll go ahead and continue the waiting game now for it. Once again, we thank all of you. We want to thank all of you for taking the time to join us here this evening for our Roblox show. And we hope that you will be back with us tomorrow when we start tomorrow bright and early in the morning, 7 a.m. No, 8 a.m. Not 7 a.m. What the hell am I saying? Anyway, we'll be back bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. when we do our grand return of the weekly tests from home. Until then, we'll go ahead now and return our Plainfield TV viewers to normal programming. And so, from all of us here at Plainfield TV, we wish you all good night.